Hey, how is everybody today? Doing good. Hey there. Alright, I see Troop Sushi is here, so I'll play his Sonic Mania Amy mod. Oh, my wife Liz does my channel art. Wow, why is this so huge? Sure, if you want to. Okay, so for those not seeing the chat, Codename Gamma's about to join me on voice to talk about the coding for this. Hello? I am not getting you. Hold on, let me check my settings. Okay, I've got you. Actually, I think I need to add another audio source to OBS for this. Oh yeah, but I have it separated from my other audio's coming out my speakers, and this is in my headset. But I think I got it now. Yep. Yeah, nice talking to you again too. Just to confirm in the chat, can you hear both of us now? I am bad at this. Wow. Okay, let's see, that was very loud, but I don't think it went through the stream. What is wrong with this? Why is it not picking up? Uh... Alright, is everybody hearing the game? I think I know what went wrong. Okay. So the game audio and Gamma are coming out of the same thing now, so I think you're a little bit quiet, Gamma. Alright, I'll turn the game down in the volume mixer. Yeah, I think maybe we have it now. All right. So there's me. There's the game audio. There's Gamma. Everything coming through okay? Okay. I've just switched myself to voice activity because I don't think press to talk was going to cut it right now. So seriously, people are saying they can't hear the game anymore. What am I doing wrong? Yeah, the game is muted, it seems. At least as far as the stream's concerned. I have not changed anything since people said they could hear the game, and now suddenly it's not going through. It's coming through my headset, but yeah, I'll restart it. I thought I was I thought I was all set up today. It seems like I have to attempt to start the game twice from the mod loader for it to work. Yeah. Okay, so this is very loud to me, but I don't think it's very loud to everybody else. The the game was just playing its audio just a second ago. I'm sure I saw the levels I saw the levels going up. Can you try talking again? Yeah, your audio's good. I don't know why I'm not getting the game. I have a feeling it might have started when I let it go to the video playback, so I'm gonna try restarting it one more time. That just refuses to come through. Okay, now I'm going to try splitting the audio again. Maybe I can get the second device to come in. This was working when I had it on my my regular speakers. Okay, so that should have brought the game back. Okay, try talking again.
I think maybe we might be good.
Yep, there it goes. Okay.
Who's happy?
Okay, I think we've got it finally.
So Amy is over Mighty.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there she is. Can you guys not hear Gamma? I see the levels peaking on my OBS. Okay.
This is gonna be hard for me to commentate on because YouTube is like about a minute for some reason.
Yeah.
So are you using an Xbox controller or just the keyboard?
Xbox controller.
Okay, so you do have a new hammer move bound to the left bumper.
Okay.
So what's cool about this is if you're just not running at full speed, it'll just do the normal hammer move. But if you're running at top speed, it'll do like a jump with it.
Ah.
You can also do that same jump while standing if you just press up and B or up and jump.
Oh, okay.
And then of course you have your double jump hammer swing.
Yeah, kind of a hover here. Which one is quiet? There's like 3 different audio sources here. Is it the game or can you not hear Gamma very well?
So I guess we'll find out in a minute which one that is.
Yeah.
So yeah, surprisingly the hardest thing that took the longest was just doing the sprites.
Yeah, I imagine. They're real good too. Okay, I think the only thing I can do to balance out the volume is to turn the game volume down and ask people who say it's too quiet to turn their own volume up. Because I've got gamma maxed out.
You could try turning it down in the dev menu, or the, actually, probably the Windows volume is probably set too high.
Yeah, I'm turning down the OBS. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Okay. Okay, hopefully that works.
Let's hope so. Can you guys hear me now? Give a thumbs up if the audio is good now. Okay, Nathan gave the thumbs up. It's good. Susie said yes. Much better. So I think we're good.
Okay.
So yeah, as I was saying before, we got the moveset programmed in. I think I got it done in a couple of weeks. But it took a much longer for Troop Sushi because he's a one-man team to do all of the sprites, and there was a lot of sprites to replace.
I think I just ran into one that's not replaced.
There are a few because this isn't really complete yet.
Ah, okay.
One thing that barely made it in was I just got bored one day and I was like, oh, let's make hearts fly out of these enemies. So then I just coded that up. and did a hook on when the enemy spawned an explosion, and just then that worked.
I should have tried the hammer on the breakable wall.
So I think one of the complaints you had with when playing Mega Mix is that Knuckles' punch was basically too overpowered and a little broken because it didn't rotate.
Yeah.
It's basically the same code for Amy's hammer. The problem is that we can't do detection of collision yet, so we can't set the rotation based on that.
Oh,
I
okay.
think just having it at a slower speed in general really helps with that.
I don't think I've seen a problem yet. Whoops.
I think one of the other challenges that we had too is that we had to disable all of the mighty mechanics. So like, for example, bouncing off of a spike, everything that had those little special properties, I had to go in and actually patch.
Oh.
And you probably know that there's quite a few of them.
Yeah. There's a lot of special code in there for Mighty.
Yeah, definitely. Especially at the ending screen when she does the pose. If you replace that with any other character and don't do any code modifications, the character just slides in one direction, like it's not touching the floor for some reason. So what I had to do there is find out what code was driving the moving, and just basically patch it out. So it's just applying a patch and disabling a patch every single time.
How long did that take?
Not very long. It's mostly just, you know, knopping or just changing the character ID so it's not checking the same character. So So instead of checking for Mighty, it just checks for a character that just doesn't exist. Yeah, and as Troop is saying, she was originally not going to have any abilities, but then I kind of was like, oh, I can do this pretty easily. We got it done.
It's fun having them in there. I would have expected just a sprite hack to come first.
Well, like, especially with Mega Mix, we have 5 different character abilities, and if you haven't seen the videos on those are coming along really well, too. We can now even do custom HUD elements, which is really spicy to think about.
Oh yeah, that plays into the chat versus one too, doesn't it?
Yeah, a lot of that code I learned from Chat Versus made its way into other projects like Amy Mania.
I actually want to try and play that one too. I don't know if I have everything set up the way I need it to be, but I've got an API key, so I'm gonna try.
Yeah, just let me know and we can walk you through, or I can walk you through on how to get that set up.
Okay.
But yeah, the hearts are probably the most interesting thing here for you, because they're actually just ring objects, but I actually coded a object state for it. So it's actually handling it all on its own. Where before, if I was going to handle objects, I had to do everything on frame. Now the game just runs it like it would a normal object state.
Nice. So how is that done?
Well, from what I understand, it just kind of points at the code.
Mm-hmm.
So all I did was just go and, we're going to take anything that we spawn and just replace the code pointer. And the game just happily runs just a call on it, and it just does it every frame or when it's supposed to do it.
Nice. Have you got a 3D model plan for the special stage yet?
We tried to get one done, but the amount of people who can do that kind of work are few and far between.
Yeah.
So maybe in the next version we'll have that in. And Troop is saying we don't have a model yet, but I think we can probably get one done pretty easily.
Oops. Is there anything you suggest I see in here or try out with Amy?
Not particularly. I mean, Amy's a pretty simple mod that's put together, so... It's mostly just the moveset, although I did see a speedrunner today do a Flying Battery Zone 2 boss skip with it, which is kind of interesting.
How did they do that?
Well, apparently, the section where you go back under the plane, like, before the boss to get up and do it, if you jump at just the right point and you fly or glide, you can just go over the boss, and then hit the capsule, and then you're done.
Oh, I think I've seen somebody do that before with a different character. I don't remember which one.
So, one thing that's also interesting is that, the tall jump height,
Yeah.
it's set specifically so that way you can go up a level in Green Hill Zone. Like there in that middle section with the S's, it's made so that way you can just easily get up to the next tier.
That's some nice attention to detail.
Hopefully, I think we're probably about maybe a year or 6 months out from actually being able to add characters that don't replace other characters. So once that happens, then we'll have a whole skew of things that can be loaded all at the same time.
They'll be fun to play with.
Yeah, there was a bit of a internal discussion about the what is it, telehammer move, right? Where you can hover. They kind of thought it was useless. But I think I reached a good compromise between like how broken it could be versus what it actually.
Well, it's more like a shorter Knuckles glide, really.
Well, yeah, and it keeps your momentum too. So, and it's time limited, which is pretty good. Because if it kept your momentum the entire time, then you could really break things with it.
Yeah. I see a lot of the missing sprites so far just have to do with the special states.
Yeah, there's a lot of those weird little edge cases, but at this point I think probably like 90% of them are replaced. Well, except for Chibi, because we don't have those yet, because that's a whole other, basically, character's worth of sprite.
Yeah.
So, if there was a character that you'd want to see next done with Mania with custom moves, what would it be?
I actually don't know right off the top of my head.
Yeah, I might add in the ability to break walls later. I don't really know yet. That might be a little bit too overpowered though, because of some of Knuckles' paths, because they rely on him.
Yeah. There's some she might get stuck in too, since she can't climb. They have a. You could probably make her just break the walls that Knuckles that don't require Knuckles.
Oh yeah, that was an easy code we did, or a code I did shortly after Mania came out, so it shouldn't be too hard to re-find and remake that path.
I could like keep going with this for the rest of the night. Is there anything else you'd like to say about it before I switch off?
No, not really. I think we're just really glad that everybody enjoyed it, and it seems to be doing very well in the contest. Yeah, the stuff that's going to be in Bali's Mania Advanced Quest is going to really blow your mind, I think, with what he managed to do with the level.
Oh, is that one? Is that one that's at the contest this year?
It is in the contest.
Okay, so then I probably will be playing it. What was it? What was it called again? You kind of cut out on that.
Sonic Mania Advanced Quest.
Oh, that. Yeah. I could.
Because that is an entire game worth of modifications on every level.
Ooh. Okay. I don't know if I'd be able to fit that into the contest stream. I could show a little bit of it off. Maybe stream
Definitely.
it a little later.
Studiopolis is a great stage. If at least you get the Studiopolis.
Okay.
And then this year we also have Sonic Gaiden in the contest, so that should be interesting for you.
Yeah, I noticed that one. Alright, I'll go ahead and switch on over now.
Alrighty, so I'll probably just take off then, but if you need anything else, just let me know.
Okay.
Good luck and have fun playing everybody's mods.
Thank you.
Okay, bye, chat.
Where did my Discord go? Hey, no problem. Thanks for you guys making it. Okay, so that was advanced quest he mentioned, so I'll try out a little bit of that right now. As long as it'll actually load. Okay, so this one actually comes in two different types. There's the standard mode and then an easy one. So I've started up the standard mode. Oh, new gimmicks. So did I like start in the middle of the level? Oh, Oh, I have to go to the left. Good night, Church Sushi. And this is screwy just playing it backwards. I didn't expect that. So there's a change to one of the bosses in Stardust Speedway? I bugged it out. It seems I missed something about a minute or so ago. The stream is very delayed. You know, it's been a while since I actually have played Sonic Mania. Was that backwards also? Oh, that's fine. I'm here to interact. So I know of a lot of people that actually play the crap out of Sonic Mania, so this this itself has got to be a pretty good mod for those guys. Just change everything up a bit. Oh, I still see everything. Oh crap. Got a little too cocky with that. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I didn't exactly keep count, but I felt like I had already hit him 8 times. I heard something about the warp doors earlier. Has the has the layout been changed here, or was that about something else? Okay, so I see the gimmick here is going to be the wind. I saw somebody ask me to go to Starlight or Stardust Speedway, so I'm gonna go try that one out. Oh, the menu isn't working. That's not what I meant to do. Oh. So it's upside down? I hit that guy too fast, but I think he was flying backwards. I was wondering that too. That's why I was waiting for the transition to happen in Studiopolis Zone. He did. All the ones he did for this game are pretty great. He is going backwards. Now these loops are just crazy upside down. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Oop. Oh. There's a little bugginess when you come up against the edge of the screen. Ah. Upside down time travel. So yeah, I gotta get to the end of this and see how this affects metal. stuck. I don't think it's gonna let me go down in that one. Okay, there we go. Ah ha ha ha. Well, it looks like I'm gonna skip the second half of that level. You okay up there? Oh, the sprite for that's even upside down. I guess not much could be done about this part. Hey. Uh. So see, Act 1 appears to be outside now? Alright. Yeah, I'll do Titanic Monarch. Okay, starting to the left. Oh, we're at the top already. So I guess instead of playing through the level backwards, I play through the level backwards. There seem to be a few extra poles there, too. I imagine there had to be a whole lot of testing that went into this, too, since, like, just changing the direction or turning it upside down or backwards would end up causing a few problems with the layout. What the? I have a feeling I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, that earlier part led me to believe that I had to go back up. Are there no checkpoints in this level? Yeah, I didn't seem to hit that one that time either. I do enjoy more difficult games. Okay, I think I've finally made it farther. I think I'm near the end. So would that be Pyro City or Pyrocity? Oh, there's a checkpoint. Are we gonna... Okay, so we still start out going up. So what's the gimmick for Act 2 gonna be? so I think this one's reversed. Oh. Well, yeah, I guess it's time to move on. Is there any requests? He should be. He did a good job. Ah, title's changed. OBS doesn't like it anymore. Wait. Okay. Oh, the music's changed too. It's not letting me use the controller for some reason. Looks like something for Mighty there. Interesting falling sprite. Oh, even some new stuff. know I am. It's like 2 years later and people still love it, so that's great. Oh, this song. Took a second for me to be able to hear it right, since it's not coming through my headset. Game Gear. Oh. I think it'd have two Ds in it, wouldn't it? Yeah. A Saturn controller? No, but I've played it with a Genesis controller. I think for most of development, I actually played it with that Genesis controller. Oops. That would be something interesting to see, but unfortunately, the Genesis doesn't have graphics in pins on the cartridge port like the NES does. That's pretty much the entire problem with the 32X and the Sega CD. Like with the 32X, they solved it by running from the output of the Genesis to the 32X. But in the Sega CD, in the case of the Sega CD, they had to rely entirely on sending it to the Genesis side and then having the Genesis CPU send it to the Genesis VDP. So severe bottleneck and also no added features. The recent ones? Yeah, I did. I played a little bit of the Sonic CD one, and I mostly messed around with the Sonic 3 one. Ugh. That section right there is for impatient people. Oh wow, thanks, Strawbits. Yeah, that was the biggest thing about Sonic 3 for me too, was the to find out that the soundtrack was the songs that ended up in the PC version. As for the drop dash thing, though, that's a very, very weird coincidence. Like, it's like implemented slightly differently, but you can kind of see that maybe they were going for the same thing that we ended up doing in Mania with the drop dash. But yeah, we didn't even know anything about that. Oh, that was close. These are some good remixes, and that's just like a nice addition to a mod like this. Ah. Well, the songs that ended up in the Sonic 3 PC soundtrack, the version of Sonic 3 that came out with those in it was only 3 months before they actually released Sonic 3, so... Which is one of the really weird things about how different it is. I've heard somebody say that at least one of them sounds like the guy that did the Sonic 3D Blast Genesis soundtrack. Like, there was Joan, and then there was another guy whose name I can't remember. But they pointed out a similarity between one of the songs in the Sonic 3 prototype and I think it was Diamond Dust. Well, I don't think it's a matter of asking the community. I mean, there was, it's like, it would be good to know that a vast majority would be fine with a change in the music to get Sonic 3 re-released, but I think the problem comes in with the fact that if they're really having this problem that we think that they're having, that it really looks like they're having, not the problem I'm having, but but yeah, if they're really having that problem, then if the majority of the fan base absolutely wanted him to keep the Michael Jackson version music, there would be nothing that they could do about it. They wouldn't actually be able to do that without reaching proper agreements with every single one of the people who was involved with that music, and based on what we know, that's just not going to happen. So I think it's more of a situation where they just have to decide to switch the music out, and people will just have to live with it. Because otherwise, no more Sonic 3. Well, several of the songs from Sonic 3 were composed in house, so they wouldn't have the same trouble as with the ones that did get that were different in the PC release. Well, that the I think that the versions of the music in the prototype were also made in house, and if that's the case, there should be no problems with the rights to them. They should just straight out belong to Sega. But I don't know for sure, so just sudden. Well, there were still plenty for us to choose from without having to consider the ones that had contested music. A little bit of a problem with that ramp right there. So this is neat, an entire level on the train. Well, I wouldn't say that either. That it's absolutely certain that Hydro City isn't one of the tracks that was at least at one point contested or otherwise produced by somebody outside of Sega. Like I don't know which ones are which other than what's come out publicly. So that's basically everything everybody else knows already. It's Sonic 3 Air, isn't it? Well, it was fun. It's looking like I'm gonna have a lot of stuff to play coming up. Yeah, so Masato Nakamura, the guy that did the music for Sonic 1 and 2, is from a group called Dreams Come True. Like, a lot of people know that already, I know, but just in case. So, yeah, that was technically outside music too, but apparently it's a lot easier to deal with rights issues with him. So, Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 usually can get redone redone OSTs that have their levels show up elsewhere. I'm going to try the chat versus Sonic Mania one. See if I can get it to work. Oh, there's a config I gotta edit. Okay. Then I will do that really quick. Okay, enable YouTube support. So where do I input the API key? I'd say that the two level songs that we have are finished. The bus song that we used, it's definitely not finished. Like we didn't really have a chance to get very far with that one before release. Okay. Alright, I think that I can get this running.
Hello again.
Hello. So I've set everything up in the config, so let's see if this does work.
Yeah, once you run it, there should be 2 windows that pop up.
Okay. The main window unpopped. I think it crashed.
Okay, then you may need to turn off. Oh no, it seems to be going.
Is it? I don't... Oh, no, no, no. The video's just behind still.
Okay, then turn off the first 2 options.
Okay, the debug console? Or something in the config?
In the config.
Okay.
Set those 2 to false, and then make sure that the video ID is under YouTube video ID. For some reason, when you hover your mouse over those windows on certain computers, it'll end up just crashing, and I have no idea what causes it or why. Because it doesn't happen to me and it doesn't happen to Store. Oh, you know what it could have been? That Steam 2 will ask you if you're running it with the window open, and it'll kill it, and then you have to click OK and it'll run it again. Maybe that's what happened.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to. It says it's run the YouTube check.
Okay, so it should be good. Go ahead and just go to Green Hill. So does it seem to be working at all?
I don't think anything's coming through. Yeah, they don't seem to be doing anything.
Can you paste me whatever's in the log? Just a screenshot.
I'm just getting a whole bunch of changed music speed.
Yeah, you have to get away from the waterfall.
Okay. Just says ran YouTube check.
That's weird. Could you do me a paste of your config?
Yeah. Just a sec.
Okay, so did the form start up? Because they're set to true here.
That is odd. I was sure I set that to false. Maybe that's an old copy that was open?
Well, I mean, if it's running...
Yeah, I did set it to false. Okay, so, yeah, the two at the top are false. Those were just, I had multiple copies of the file open.
And your YouTube video ID to listen isn't correct. So that's why.
Oh, it's not right?
That's what you need to put in there. Because on yours it's just numbers for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know how that got there. Okay. So I need to restart it now, right?
That's correct.
I think it picked up the ones that were already in there.
Yeah, it has to... Because when it pulls commands, it has to pull everything in the chat.
Okay.
So on the first time, it's going to run through every single command that was checked. Or that was typed. But then after that, it'll check if the command is already issued or not, and then it'll just go from there.
Okay. So I'm playing as big now, it seems.
Yeah, somebody typed really big.
Oh, I didn't know that color change was one of them. Moist cave. Will it do anything in the special stage?
No, it'll just kick you back out because there's nothing we can really do in there.
I think the controls are reversed now.
Yep, that would be touch fluffy. So the interesting thing here is that, unfortunately, because you can only grab the entire message list, it only checks for new messages every 10 seconds. So everything that comes in is basically cached, and then it'll execute as it goes over those 10.
Okay, so it'd be a little bit off even if the stream wasn't delayed.
Yeah, it's going to be 10 seconds off if the stream wasn't delayed, but since YouTube has like another minute lag, it's going to be interesting. What's really nice is on Discord support where it's almost instant, so you can really time when to snipe and when to do that.
So on Discord, I've only recently read anything about the streaming. Can only 10 people can join a stream?
It might be more than that, but you know, 10's usually enough to really get things.
I'm more just.
10 is enough to get things going, and then like about 30 on YouTube is enough to do a good YouTube stream.
Well, it seems there's 45 people right now, so that should be pretty good.
Yep, everybody needs to spend.
The rainbow flying squirrel.
Yeah, it turns out that hex manipulation of colors is pretty damn hard.
Oh, this isn't good.
Uh-oh, we're getting more viewers.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Slashy.
So what is good is when you don't have control of your character, no commands are going to be parsed through. So. You know, we had problems where if you would go into like one of those tubes in chemical plant, the commands would still be going through, and if somebody did a slap, you would just fly out. Yeah, the unfortunate thing about Touch Fluffy, which inverts your controls, is it also inverts up and down, so speed, spin dashes are real.
almost got stuck. Well, somebody knew when to hit that one.
Yeah, the Get Dizzy command is inspired by a anti-cheat from Grand Theft Auto where they make your camera all drunk. I was like, huh, that could be a cool command.
Big can glide.
Yeah, all that Big does is change the character sprites. It doesn't actually change the character itself.
Okay, so he just does whatever the character you have does.
No, you got demonetized.
Oh.
So I believe you're chibi now, if I'm guessing correctly.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about that is I had to figure out how to get the character sprites to load because I'm actually loading every single sprite for every single character. So that's about 10 sprites, that's right there, not counting Big.
Are these springs on a timer?
Every object that spawned goes into an object list, and it gets despawned based on how long it takes.
Oh, okay.
Well, that is unless you die, of course. But then it just throws away the list and it's all gonna get despawned in.
The debug console's going crazy.
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't wrap the print command, so all that stuff isn't actually needed.
Mini Knuckles actually shouldn't be heavy enough to push that plunger. He's too fat.
Yeah, fortunately, only character switches only last for like 20 seconds. So one thing I thought about doing is adding commands to change your Poyo color, but I don't think that that would be really fair.
Well, it'd be something to do here, other than spawn stuff.
So I went ahead and I reset, or I set to the next level, so it should go in.
Okay.
And you're very fortunate because this version actually tones down how big the sprite is when using.
Oh, that there was another version where it was bigger?
Yeah, it used to be twice the size. Unfortunately, on levels that don't have the size laser, we can't change the hitbox as well, but that might be for the best.
Oh, that one took a long time to come through. Hello.
Unfortunately, the message has two side effects.
Mm.
One is that it makes people send more commands, but they're message commands. So it kind of does ease off the, ring or the item box spawning and the stuff that can actually hurt.
I didn't even see that one appear till I ran right into it.
Yeah, with the springing item boxes, it'll pick a slightly random position always in front of you. When bosses consider facing away to the wall or something, that way they spawn the wall instead of where you need, or don't need them to be wrapped.
I am doing good and having fun, thanks.
I think one of the sad things about the message command is that the character set only has A through Z.
Mm-hmm.
So numbers or special character. Just be glad though I didn't add commands that change your gravity or physics, because that was one of the things that I did consider.
Well, you do have the option to enable and disable each individual command, so... Oh, I still have debug mode enabled.
Yeah, I don't disable those because you might get stuck somewhere. I even have the option to remotely enable it if you need it. Man, people are savage. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the message.
Alright. So does this also play well with other mods?
It does as long as the other mods have priority. Depending on what files the other mod replaces, it should mostly be unaffected. But
Okay.
since you can toggle commands on and off, you just toggle off the ones that are not. For example, if a mod has a radically changed palette, then it might cause issues, so you could just turn off the color commands if that's...
Oh, have you considered compatibility with competition mode for Multimania?
Actually, it's built on top of Multimania.
Oh.
So you could actually have somebody connect to you right now and still do competition.
How does it choose which character to affect?
It's only set to affect player 1, so that's going to be an issue. But I mean, you could run it on both sides, I assume. I didn't really think about competition mode when making... But I think that even though Multimania was a good project, it's not going to last in a world where you have Steam sharing now. So when people can just stream stuff with like Parsec now really easily, it's not really viable.
I've heard of Parsec. I haven't really seen much about it. I don't think I've heard that there was a way to play over Steam though.
Yeah, they integrated into the Steam client now, so you could just actually just right-click someone on your friends list and invite them to a game, and it'll stream it.
Then well, it's like it'll do as if it were local co-op or local competition.
That's correct.
Wow. Okay.
So no mods required there. But even if you wanted, like if you had someone next to you, they could play player 2. It's just they wouldn't be affected by all the commands.
That was basically what I was asking about whether or not there was support for the second. Ugh. Well, okay. I'm not gonna cheat. Where did the music go?
Oh, that's odd. Nathan DGR says, but streaming's not very good in countries like mine. That's why it does still exist. I mean, if you wanted to use it that way, but there are compromises in using Multimania over, you know, a local solution like the stream. You know, sadly, me and Supersonic 16 aren't network engineers, so we couldn't make something that was, you know, bulletproof.
Yeah, I imagine it's a lot more difficult trying to make it, like, from the outside for a game that's not built for it.
Yeah, we had to hook a lot of functions. And also patch some of the interesting quirks. For whatever reason, if there's 2 rays on screen, one of them won't show up.
Huh. Was that some kind of bug that was in Plus, or?
I have to assume that it was something that was coded into Plus for some reason, but I'm not exactly sure what reason.
Hmm.
What is interesting is that when there's two of the same character on screen, the second player doesn't have the same palette sharing, so it's not affected by palette changes.
Mm.
So I'm guessing maybe like hiding it as a way of bypassing that, but none of the other characters besides Ray do that.
Well, at least I got the music back. But yeah, the really annoying thing about internet gameplay. Oh, I got lost for a second there. Is just how you can't have you just can't have real time reaction to everything.
Yeah, we're slowly getting there.
Well, it really depends on how they manage to do it, because I don't think that, for example, you could have a real-time connection between a person on the West Coast and the East Coast of the US, because just basically, if you were to get information to travel at the speed of light, it would still take several seconds to get there.
Yeah, maybe eventually they'll have it figured out with what is it, supersymmetry or something like that.
Yeah. Something that confuses me is yeah, quantum entanglement. I'm a little
quantum entanglement. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about how that's supposed to work, because it kind of sounds like it does do something, but then also it sounds like it doesn't really do anything. I'm just not real sure based on the various things that I've read so far.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I know either, but then again, I'm not the kind of person who would be doing that kind of research.
Yeah. It's one of the things I kind of wish I had time to do. I read about it every now and then. But actually, yeah, I think there was a little while back where I was trying to figure out how to add network play to HCGE, which the private build does have a level of network play capability now. And I was just annoyed after doing the calculations and finding out, yeah, you cannot send information even at the speed of light from one coast to the other in the US without it taking a few seconds. And so at that point I did start looking into quantum entanglement again, and I really don't remember what exactly I read, but I think that I was pretty disappointed with it because it didn't sound like it could actually be useful in that manner.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty gnarly if that actually does turn out to be something that's viable. But I think we're probably like 10 or 20 years from that happening. If not longer.
Yeah. I hope it does happen in my lifetime, though. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, because the whole reason why that the net play for Multi-Mania works is that we basically just strip player 2 of everything and just puppet the player around.
Yeah. Oh, what happened to player 2?
Yeah, so that, I mean, that works well for ghosts, but when you do things like, oh, well, player 2 then hit an item box, then what happens there? You kind of have to figure out how it was hit and everything else, and then send that over and do the same thing over there, which is harder.
Yeah. There's like a lot of online games that you can play, especially the big 3D stuff like stuff like Overwatch or MMO like World of Warcraft or something. They make it look like they do a good job of hiding how much guesswork there actually is in trying to keep things synchronized.
Oh yeah, WoW especially. By the way, Stealth, did you know I used to be a Warcraft bot developer before this?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting job, but I'm just glad I just didn't get sued when the company did.
What kind did you make?
It was a product called Honor Buddy, so it was like farming and that kind of stuff. But I had to learn stuff like doing behavior trees and that kind of thing to actually get everything working. But I didn't actually do the real, like, reverse engineering work. That was all done by somebody else. I was just making things on the API that they...
That's still pretty interesting, though.
Well, it is, and then Blizzard decided, you know what, we don't want to develop anti-cheat anymore. Let's go ahead and just sue people who make the cheat.
It's actually been a while since I've played WoW, so I don't know how far back that goes.
After I quit, or after, you know, I couldn't do that job anymore, I stopped playing, and I didn't play for 5 years. Not a single Blizzard product. But then I got into it recently, and I really hit it hard because I had nothing else to do.
So you're playing the newest, you're playing the newest
I got
one?
into it about when Classic came out, but I still play the retail version. Ended up getting, I think, 11 characters all the way to level 120.
Wow.
It's actually a lot easier than it sounds.
I think I have one character at level 90. I've got several other that are higher up, double digits, but I think 90 is the highest I've gone.
So it sounds like you stopped playing during Kata.
Yeah, I think so. Well, which one came after
Yeah.
Cataclysm?
Legion came after Cataclysm. Or no, wait, no, it didn't. Mr. Pender.
Oh, yeah, okay, so... Yeah, I did stop after Cataclysm.
Well, at least it looks like they're looking back up again, so... As long as no one wants to free China, that is.
Well, as far as the game goes, I'm still kind of interested in the story. That's a weird turn they've had it take recently.
Well, yeah, it's just, you know, listen to your customers, I guess. Lots of companies are finally learning that decision, or that, the profitability there if you just actually listen to what your customers have to say and what they want. And I think that Sega finally learned that now finally this year with Sonic Mania and in recent years, so...
Oh, that actually reminds me on a tangent. I saw a commercial for Shenmue yesterday.
Ooh, that's weird. I refuse to get Shenmue until it comes to Steam, so...
not even sure what it actually was. What, like, it's Shenmue 3 or a remake, a collection, or...
It's the third sequel. It's a numbered entry, so it follows the story, I guess. Although the ports of 1 and 2 are on Steam now, so that's good too.
I've never.
I did look into making a free cam for Shenmue 1 and 2, but it's very weird the programming that they used to use back then to save on resource.
I haven't actually seen the internals on that was what was it? Wait, that was Dreamcast, wasn't it? Or did they start it on the Saturn?
That was on Dreamcast.
Yeah, okay. I definitely haven't seen the inside of a Dreamcast game yet.
Well, I mean, if you ever look at Sonic Adventure, it's pretty much a lot of the code looks kind of similar, but then again, it's disassembled code, so you know what?
Yeah. That uses a similar processor to the Saturn, doesn't it?
To the Saturn, I don't think so. I think it's a completely different architecture.
Okay, I thought that I thought the Dreamcast used the SH4 and the Saturn was SH2.
It might, but I thought it was something custom by one of those companies for VR. Oh, NEC, that's the company I couldn't remember.
Ah. That's odd. I don't think I remember NEC being involved. I may have just forgot though.
And I could be misremembering. I don't really dabble in the Saturn that much, or not the Saturn, the Dreamcast. Or the Saturn either, for that matter.
The most I've dug into the Saturn was having a very brief look at Sonic Jam. But at the time I didn't have a good disassembler for it either, so mostly all I saw was like how the common data from the Genesis version was stored.
Yeah, because that was weird because I actually, like, I guess recompiled it to actually work on the Saturn.
Yeah. So either they ran it through some kind of auto conversion tool, or they just redid the program. And I know there's like the I/O stuff they definitely have to reprogram specifically for the Saturn, but they may have been able to come up with some kind of automation tool to turn the basic logic code from 68K to SH2.
I would hope that at least they have the source code laying around, but I have a feeling that they may have done a lot of it in just basic assembly.
I have not heard about an Alex Kidd 2 remake or an Alex Kidd remake.
But you're at the beginning of Press Garden. There's that box that has the monitor in it that Mighty can break.
Yeah.
Did you guys really think, oh, well, we're just going to hint that, you know, maybe these boxes are filled with item boxes, right? Or was that a hint at something that could have been like coming in the future? Or if you prefer not to answer, that's fine too.
Well, I probably wouldn't be able to answer that one sufficiently anyway, since I didn't do the level layout. Oh.
One of these days, I'm going to find a way to implement the unused printers somewhere in some custom level.
That'd be interesting to see.
Although I probably will have to hack them a bit since the pallets just won't work anymore. And same thing with like Mighty and Ray. In the love tester, it just locks up the love tester in a soft lock because it can't tell what character is actually sitting in it.
Yeah, I think that's probably just an out of range read, since there were only 3 characters when we implemented that during the original development.
Yeah, that's something I'd like to do eventually, is reconfigure that to work for all the characters.
So I remember when I streamed this, like, after it came out, it took me like 7 hours to get all the way through, but also with all the Chaos Emeralds. And so far, I've made it this far with the chat working against me in about 45 minutes.
Chat working against you.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, the engine is very tolerant of the stuff we're putting it through right now. I did end up porting a lot of the code over to Sewer's mod loader for Sonic Heroes and got a version of that working, but there's not enough we can do without knowing how Sonic Heroes actually works completely.
Yeah, I noticed that there's a Sonic Heroes mod at the contest this year too.
Yeah, I think that that's done in PowerPC. I think that they actually went through and edited the GameCube version.
Oh, so it's not the PC version, it's the GameCube?
Yeah, it's actually, you need to get Dolphin and do all that.
Oh, okay. I don't know about the processor on the Dolphin, or, well, yeah, it was the Dolphin, so, but I don't know about the processor on the GameCube specifically, but I've seen some PowerPC. I know it's a 68K derivative, so that's probably very much better than some other platforms they could be trying to assembly edit for.
Maybe I have no idea, really. I've only seen a little bit of PowerPC assembly.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't seen the most recent stuff out of it or anything specifically from the GameCube or anything, but I have seen a little bit, and yeah, I do know that it's a 68K derivative, which is, I think, my favorite processor to work directly with. Assembly on the assembly code on the SH2 looks pretty similar to 68K assembly too, but reading about how at least the model inside the 32X works I don't like that very much. It's got this weird caching, waiting, and simultaneous execution thing, where you're not quite sure what order the instructions are gonna.
Ooh, that would be hard.
Can I wait this out? One more. Ah. I don't know if I'm gonna get out of here.
What is it? Springs or a box?
Eggman boxes.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing it now. Unfortunately, there's like nothing you can do. You kind of have to just...
Yeah. But yeah, I was looking at the documentation for it, and there's like a graph of how in execution of instruction works. Like it's just so weird that they have to draw a picture of how many steps are involved in executing a single instruction, and how staggered they are against each other.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. All I want to do is add 2 plus 2, and how do I need to draw a picture? Well, at least PowerPC probably isn't as bad as ARM, because I heard that ARM is pretty bad.
Probably not. I've seen ARM. It didn't look that bad, but I don't know much about the architecture, like, technically.
Well, I think it's bad because it's, at least for doing, like, code modification, or, like, on a hex level, pages aren't read and writable, like, normally. So it's built more around security. So we can't do like we do on PC, where it's just like, yeah, let's make this thing do everything, and just use one page for reading, writing, executing, and everything.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very fun. I've only ever worked with ARM through C, so...
Oh no, they trapped you. You have the fire shield, you can go right again.
That... Huh. The ice was gone when I made it back there.
Oh, that's all. What could be happening too is it doesn't take into account, because I can't figure out how to count the current object spawned.
Yeah.
So if it's spawning more objects, stuff will start despawn.
Oh, even the regular objects in the level?
Even some regular objects. But at least the despawn system helps keep that stuff at bay.
Mm. Ooh, it's getting a little disorienting in this fight.
Yeah, Get Dizzy really messes with things.
especially because in a boss lock like that, because I'm doing the offsets only, it doesn't... It'll only scroll whatever it can scroll.
I think it works that way myself. they're gonna show me again.
Up, you got someone giving you fire shields. So now that you've been playing this for a while, did you ever think that when you were programming this, that you'd be doing this right?
No. No, I didn't.
One day, about 50 people in chat are going to be messing with me while trying to play this game.
I was certain of the fact that there were going to be level edits and stuff, but not this.
You know, I'm actually quite surprised that the message command works as well as it does, because I actually had to calculate where each of those damn letters was going to be put. And then write code to do it.
You want me to sing along with the song?
Green said, what the heck, my example message came up twice. Yeah, sometimes that can happen because the message thread is running on a completely different thread than the main game thread. So to get that to work, all it does is actually just switch Boolean values and sends data over, and the game processes it whenever it gets to it. So there's only one-way communication there. And that's all because half of this mod is running on C++, the actual mod part, and the chat part is running on C#.
So if you use both, do you have a preference?
I don't know. I kind of like C++, but then C# is just nice because it can just take. Like if you mess up and you do stupid stuff, it's more tolerant of it. Where if C++, if not every little thing is 100% correct, then you're gonna have problems and it's not gonna compile.
I think that's actually one of the positives that I see in C myself. It's like you do have to get it right for it to compile, but then when it compiles, you know you've done it right.
I think like for memory editing and doing lower level system stuff, C++ is definitely the way to go. Because if I need to push a value to, say, I don't know, your running speed or whatever, right? All I do is just type equals and it's basically...
Yeah.
Where C#, I'm like, okay, well then I have to tell it to go ahead and write this address to this value and then hopefully it goes.
I'm actually kind of surprised it allows that the way it's set up. I've started using it just a little bit recently. Not really something I'm happy with.
Well, there is a chat versus for Sonic Adventure, and that's written in Source mod loader, which is all done in C#. Which is nice because then you don't have to cross that barrier and you can allow two-way communication a lot easier. Like his will actually say, oh yeah, so say you run a command, it'll reply back in chat, whoever did X command.
There's a spring in the time travel.
Luckily you can press start and skip all the cinematics now, because if not, then you can soft lock them pretty easily.
Actually, have you used Java before?
In high school.
How would you compare that to C#?
Oh, I kind of hate it, because just to type out like a single string and print it out, you had to do a lot of different dots. It was a long command just to do one thing.
Yeah, and like no. One of the things that I didn't like about Java that it has in common with C# is just the managed memory system. I don't really like that either. I like just being able to allocate what I need and get rid of it when I want.
Yeah, and in C# you didn't even do that. It kind of just deals with it.
Yeah.
That's not a level you have to think about at all.
That's something that confused me to start with about it, was how the garbage collection worked and how you access structures, because what I was doing then was it was actually Unity that I was using it in, and it wouldn't let me access structure members directly like C would. And I didn't know what I was supposed to do about that, because the only solutions I could find was to use the new command. And as far as what I knew about the new command from C++ was that does an allocation. So I was under the impression that I was being told that I had to, for every frame that was processed, I would have to do a new allocation for the thing that I was trying to write to, and just wait for the garbage collector to clean it up.
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty nuts. I think that if you're going to mock something up very quickly, C# is definitely a good tool for doing it. But if you want to optimize and get it down to the bare minimum, then you have to use C# or C++. Luckily, at least in the applications where I'm using it, like, say, Sonic Mania, there's just not that much memory, so even if you copied it 30 or 40,000 times, probably, you'd never fill up your RAM anyway.
It's, for somebody to come from, as far back as like I do, for example, with, older platforms going back through like the Genesis, the NES, and the Atari and stuff, you go and read about the garbage collector and see that what I read last said that it waits until the maximum available memory has been allocated to collect garbage, and on PC that would be 2 gigabytes. So I just read that like it's just gonna keep inflating until it takes up 2 gigabytes before it does anything about it, and that's really, really awkward for somebody who has worked with stuff where you really need to be concerned about optimization.
Well, even
and
on
stuff.
like consoles like the Xbox 360, there was only like 256 megabytes of RAM.
Yeah. But that was just the PC version. It says it varies by platform. Now, I haven't specified yet, but if everybody's enjoying this, I think I'll just finish out my stream today with the rest of the game, as far as I can get.
It seems like they are enjoying it.
The roly-poly badnik, his name is Dango, which it comes from the internals of Sonic CD, because I don't think that they explicitly named them, but obviously things that you have to reference in the code will have to have some name or another, and that one was referred to as Dango, which is basically Japanese for something round.
Luckily, at least Sonic Team in their manuals and stuff gave the enemy's name. If they didn't have to make a manual, I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't have bothered.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Like, I kind of had to take a dance break there. It's just getting with the music.
So can you imagine how bad it's gonna be if some Call Me Johnny does this?
Oh.
He had, I think, at least 150 people in his stream earlier.
Oh, is that right?
Personally,
I'm sorry.
so, go ahead.
I was just gonna respond to that Super Mario 2 Game of the Year. Is that like regular Super Mario 2 or the real Super Mario 2 or the
New Super Mario Bros.
regular?
2.
Well, no, just the difference between Mario 2, which they call Lost Levels outside of Japan, or Mario 2, which they call Mario 2 USA inside Japan.
Yeah, that's always the problem. Somebody asked me if you ever tried to program anything with music, and they were asking me, and I'm like, no, I never have. I think getting that synced down would be hard, but I have no rhythm in general, so I would be a good programmer to do.
As an aside to that, like, although I'm not Gamma, I have done a implementation of an XM player for HCGE before, and one of the things that I kept in mind when doing it was and the phrase escapes me suddenly. Situational, I guess, yeah, situational music and sound. Basically, how some games had a feature where they changed the music or based on what was happening in the gameplay, or changed the gameplay based on what was happening in the music. So like I haven't ever had a chance to use it, because the only time I ever even actually used the XM support was Mega Man Triple Threat. But it does have the ability to, like, when it hits a certain point in the song, you can add something to the track itself that will cause it to run a custom function, so that you can either check something from the game or change something in the game.
The one game I know that has, where I've had experience with that is the Steven Universe game on the PC, where they have the same like track, but they had 3 or 4 different versions of it. So depending on what was happening, they would enable and disable different tracks of that for different instruments.
I have yet to play that.
It probably won't be your thing, but I mean, the fact that it had music like that was pretty cool, and I even did a version of that in Sonic Mania where the bosses on the Studio Opus 1 boss, every time you would get a hit, it would change the instrumentation using that same track that I just pulled from the game.
And then of course, like, a really simple version of that would be Mario World, where it just keeps adding and removing the drum track based on whether or not you have Yoshi.
Well, yeah, and that should be easy enough because you're playing them at the same time, so you just, mute one or lower the volume on one and raise the other.
Yeah. Like on a lower end system, it'd be a little more difficult to do that with pre-rendered waveform music, but that was the idea behind adding it to the XM support that I had too, because tracked music that has to render out at gameplay time, then you have a lot more control over what that's actually doing, and you'd have to play multiple streams to get something like an OG or something to do something like that. Like, you'd have to have two, for example, minute-long OG files loaded into memory, and you need to stream and decompress both of them at the same time.
Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy. It makes me glad that we added bass support, or bass support, for Sonic Mania mod. Everything just runs through bass now, so it doesn't care if it's an OGG or an MP3, it just does it. So I guess even if you have the mod loader installed, even if there's no mods enabled, there's always that music mod because it switches it over to the bass implementation.
Yeah, trying to sync stuff up to the music without having direct access to the music is it's kind of difficult, and it really relies on your runtime environment and whether or not you can actually get the timing that you have worked out on the system you're developing it on. But you could put some triggers in the music and have the music playback system handle it. Like, even if you didn't use something tracked, like you used something like OG or something, you could just add a special check into the OG decoder that would look for a signal that you would edit into the OG data itself, and when that happens, it would trigger whatever gameplay response you want.
I was watching this video by this guy who he figured out the Lego Island music format because he wanted to put in better quality audio. And I was just like, I wouldn't have reversed format. I wouldn't have reversed that file format. And I would have just given up and just put in bass and then be done with it. But at the end he was like, yeah, I spent like a month working on this, reverse engineering the format so that way we could make and export and import new music into this. That's some dedication right there.
How do you handle the looping?
I believe it just actually goes by the game loops. It like hooks the function call and then calls its own function from. As far as like how exactly, I think main memory wrote the implementation, so he'd probably know more about how the loop actually works. But every time that the game calls with the loop number, it just passes it through. Oh yeah, I forgot this boss is hard. I may need to turn off some stuff if you don't get past it.
It looks like it'll work out. So I'm in the encore mode level for
Yeah, I swapped them out.
oh, okay.
Because Sky Chase wasn't great because people could just shove you and boost you off of the
Okay, I was just wondering if I had got switched to encore mode or something somehow.
Yeah, Sky Chase wasn't very fun.
This mod is chat versus Sonic Mania. Unless, yeah. Yeah, I guess I got it backwards.
It doesn't matter, I keep switching them around myself. And I just tried to make it generic enough so that way anything could be called a chat versus blank game. So that way even if someone who's not me wanted to develop, say, chat versus, I don't know, Sonic R, they could do that. Which I actually thought about doing.
So, do you know much about how Sonic R works?
I poked around in the memory a lot.
Yeah, that's something I haven't played in a long time.
Sadly, there's still a lot of, even though we can disassemble it and look at it, there's still a lot of memory addresses that we've actually lost over the... Just because I think the documentation on it's been kind of spotty or different version numbers.
With a moment here to add it in, I just want to point out earlier, I totally did that on purpose when I insta-shield avoided that Eggman box.
Pro strats. It does make me wish, though, that Sega had ported more games to PC, because if they did, then a lot more of them would be in a playable state than they are.
Yeah.
Like, I think that they're trying to push, and they kind of, like, leaked some advertisements for the PC version of Sonic 06. Can you imagine what that would have been like 15 years later?
Oh. So they had that in the plans?
Well, like, there were advertisements where it's like, oh, coming to PC. Or they had the PC logo on it.
I actually don't remember that.
So, you know, if that did come to PC, then we could have probably fixed it, and we probably could have seen what that game was like had it finished development.
I wonder if the rush to finish it I wonder if the rush to finish it like that had anything to do with canceling the PC version.
It probably did. Like, we know that the Xbox Live demo and the Tokyo Game Show footage that they showed is in a much better state than what was actually released.
Oh yeah, they had there was some weird reason they had a regression right before the release build, huh?
Source says, Stealth, I have a box of Sonic Riders with a Sonic 06 ad in the back with the cover of the PC logo.
Huh.
Yeah,
What
so they're
in the-
definitely planning it. And I'm sure that on some laptop or some hard drive, there's a source for that.
Probably somewhere.
I mean, even with
Was it-
Sonic Unleashed, they were showing off like a tech demo at some conference, right? And they were talking about like the lighting, and it was running on a laptop.
And the version that did come out was Xbox 360 anyway, so it basically got a PC release. And
Well, the Xbox 360 is Power PC.
was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe I was just thinking about the original one.
Yeah, so sadly we didn't get an x86 compatible. Would have had moved to the next level.
Oh yeah, I'm in Knuckles' one now, huh?
I have to do it twice, so sorry, it's gonna go
Okay.
here in a second. Yeah, for whatever reason, Mirage Saloon Act 1 Encore always sends you to Knuckles' Act 1, and I still just didn't fix that.
Oh.
And so it's like, does it really matter if the Xbox 360 is PPC? You're still going to be using the same APIs depending on Windows or DirectX. Well, yeah, but then we're going to be converting assembly into something that a PC can understand, and the fact that nobody's done it means it's probably not that easy.
Yeah, so it
Definitely
wouldn't matter
not
much.
as accessible as it would be if it was just a PC release that was out.
Yeah, so if they were using the same architecture, it'd be easier to take a pre-compiled game and port it over than it would be on off of a different architecture like a PowerPC. For the people who have the source code, it wouldn't matter very much, since that was most likely done in C.
I just really hope that Sega's foresight in keeping older stuff now is a lot better than it used to be. Because Square did lose the source code to Final Fantasy VIII, and they had to basically decompile it and rebuild it from the retail. But
Wow. Night Ice.
yeah, so I mean porting without the source code.
Oh.
Free and Green says, I remember seeing some stuff about Eula and Sonic 06. Yeah, but Eula's running on top of the game, so we're talking about just getting the basic game itself running.
So, like,
After that, the Eula wouldn't matter that much.
so like, Sonic 06 actually used Lua?
It apparently uses some of it. For, like, scripting, I guess, missions and that kind of stuff.
I guess that would make some sense.
itself says, especially the likes of CXBX Reloaded, which was basically the converting of Xbox games to Windows exclusives. Yeah, but that was already x86, which is a lot easier to do than converting PowerPC to x86 and then getting it. Plus, the Xbox was running on a Windows 2000 kernel, which probably also helped some, considering it was probably close to Windows XP.
To 06 on Roblox.
I think somebody may have actually done that. I got an email in my YouTube inbox that said, hey, do you want to join a project to remake stuff in Roblox? No, I don't think so.
Oh, we're not talking about emulation though. We're talking about like actually porting the game to native code to the target platform.
I mean, it's kind of the same thing. I guess the difference is doing it during runtime and then doing it beforehand.
Yeah.
So I think that's what they did with the Disney Afternoon series. They actually did convert it to native code, and then they went from there. So that way they weren't actually emulating an intent. Same thing with that Mega collection, I think.
Oh no, I talked to them. That is definitely just emulators. So yeah, if Disney Afternoon is using the same thing that the Mega Man collections did, then it's simulation.
But don't tell Nintendo.
Have I heard of Axanary? Yes, I have. Ah. Well, there's only so much I can do about remastered Sonic 3, but if you guys want to keep making noise.
That's really all we can do, is just hope that Sega goes, you know what, they're still talking about it 3 years later, let's do something.
Yeah. Like, don't annoy people, don't go be a dick or anything, but just let it be known.
This Green Dingo, I'm pretty sure that they have talked to him.
Oops. I lost that one trying to catch up with the chat.
Well, still, what source says Sega hires someone else so they can pay them less. I mean, you have T-Lobes. I don't know what a remix, like what licenses that have, but I'm guessing that that's probably an issue as well.
Well, yeah, if there's a problem with the song, there would be a problem with a remix of the song. You'd have to outright replace it.
that being said, I'm sure that now that we know the PC music is probably the real music, T-Lopes could do something amazing with it.
Yeah.
We just have to let them know that we're okay with it.
Yeah, that's the important thing, because something that's very important to any brand is consistency, and oops, they're going to, by doing that, that's going to change something that's been well established for them already. So they're going to have to know that that's not going to cause any kind of serious backlash or anything, or otherwise somehow negatively affect the brand.
Because here's the thing too, they could just be like, re-restored Sonic 3 and remastered it to the original spec of the intended authors. Or, you know, something like that.
Yeah.
It could be a selling... I mean, that's pure marketing BS, but I mean, it's true technically. And yeah, every single review is going to be like, yeah, the tracks were replaced. Yeah, they were probably worked on by Michael Jackson, and Sega's not saying anything. You know that, but what's here is good.
I'd say that, like, since we did 1 and 2 the way that we did, that I think we should have... Oh, excuse me. I think we should have as much of the music that we actually can have in there, just the way it is, except maybe with the kind of effect that was done with the Sonic 1 and 2 music. But I wouldn't, if they wanted to put the money into it, then I wouldn't be opposed to having an alternate soundtrack for each of the games that you could play with remixes of music.
Like, my ideal thing would be, if I was Izuka, I would go and tell you, okay, we want you to remake Sonic 3, but we know that Sonic Mania did well. Let's not remake Sonic 3 to spec originally. Let's take the upgraded stuff that happened in Mania and carry that forward to Sonic 3 and call it a remaster. And then maybe they could even do like, and while we're at it, we're gonna bring you Sonic 1 and 2 on PC and newer consoles, and make it all one package.
That would be a good selling point for something like that too.
And it would be probably really cheap for them to do because it already runs on PC. I mean, this Genesis Classic, or the Classic Sonic Genesis Collection is already taken, but I mean, that would have been a great name.
Yeah. Like, they probably run through all of the potential good names they could use for a collection by now.
Well, they could have called it like the original Sonic trilogy or something. You know, I mean, coming up with a name isn't hard, but having all 3 games in one package would be great.
Yeah. So the way I'd pitch it would be like, sort of like Sonic Jam, which was, yeah, just a ported native version with updates for all 3 games.
Yeah, and they don't even really need to do that. I mean, for digital, you could break it up pretty easily. But I mean, yeah, you'd have to like code some kind of menu for the collection on Switch or whatever. But yeah, I think that doing a updated Sonic 3 in the Mania style would be great because you already have like 3 or 4 zones done. You don't have to go back and redo those tile sets. You just kind of reuse them and go forward.
Yeah.
But I'm not Izuka. As far as I know, the next thing that they're going to do is going to have classic Sonic in it and people are going to revolt.
stealth. Who the...
And here's the thing too, if they did a mobile ports collection, if you needed money straight up, you could sell the mobile ports, Sonic CD, Sonic 1, Sonic 2, first, and then promise Sonic 3 Remastered later. That way you get those pre-orders and people get something in their hands that will hold them over until that game comes out.
Yeah.
I'm printing you money, Sega.
I think it'd have to be a, sort of like what they did with Sonic Mania 2, where they just sell the first few digitally and then come up with a physical package for all three of them when they're finished.
Yeah, that could work. But I mean, doing the whole Kenner, like, promise to get a toy later thing works, obviously. Well, at least it worked in 1970 when a bunch of kids got pieces of cardboard instead of Star Wars toys.
I wish I could avoid taxes.
Well, become Jeff Bezos. I am genuinely surprised there hasn't been a crash yet.
Yeah, it seems to be standing up to it pretty well. Ah.
Although the most common crash would be if it tried to manipulate an object that just didn't exist anymore and then it bugged out.
I think I had a good day today, thanks.
You know, calling despawn an already despawned object is bad.
Ah.
I don't know, at least, you know, Forces did okay. I just really hope that for Forces they keep the avatar system in the next game.
Yeah, that kind of seems like something that once it's established, it would be missed.
Well, I think the avatar system was very much the crown jewel of what made Forces special. If it didn't have that, then I don't know if it would be as liked as it still is, even though it's pretty much hated. Like, if they can take that avatar system and build on it for 3 games, what could be there at the end is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
But I think we'll just end up with a parkour situation.
I actually don't think I can imagine what they're planning next. And it's probably going to come out in a anniversary year too.
Well, I know we're not going to get a Sonic VR game. because we did find references to that in Sonic Forces.
There were.
So at some point they were experimenting.
So what did they what does it appear that they had implemented?
Well, there's definitely a splash screen of like Sonic VR demo, right? It's easily findable. But there was also like internal references to VR and that kind of stuff in the strings just left over.
That's interesting. So I guess it was going to be on like the PlayStation Eye, or no, not the Eye, the PlayStation VR. I don't.
That's a thing we don't really know. I mean, they could have just been messing with it just to mess with it. But I think that Sonic in VR, they probably thought, yo, this might work, let's try it, and it didn't work.
I played a fan Sonic 3D VR thing once. It was pretty disorienting. I forgot what it was called. But yeah, it was a first-person 3D Sonic game in VR.
Yeah, I think having it first person would be really bad, but I think a third person Sonic VR game might be okay. I mean, especially like Metropolis and Sonic Forces was really gorgeous looking level.
Well, if
it was sad that a lot of that detail couldn't be seen because you were so limited in your camera position.
If they did do a VR one, though, I wouldn't mind having the option for first person, at least. Just like look at it for however long you can stomach it.
Or Sega does their own version of the Tetris effect with Poyo.
What was that?
If they do their own version of that Tetris effect game, but with Poyo.
Oh. Oh yeah, I think I had forgotten about that one.
The Tetris effect in VR was pretty nice. I played that a bit today, or not today, like last week. Just being able to to relax and have cool stuff going on around you is being...
Actually, I got a few years ago I got Vive, and I actually haven't gotten around to using it again lately. I don't know how much more good VR stuff there is now than when I picked it up.
I don't know, I haven't used it besides for Tetris Effect, but then I only played that twice. But I'm sure that once Half-Life Ops comes out, then there will be more stuff coming. A Half-Life game is really the system seller that Valve needed for VR. But they still couldn't count to 3.
I think several people have trouble with that. Oh.
Yeah, I think it would have been nice if Sega had that problem, but they were quick to jump the gun on that. That'd make a nice little meme. Do Sega on one side and Valve on the other, saying, we can't count to 3, and then Sega goes, I wish I had that problem. Well, that's a good problem to have. Yeah, but Half-Life Alyx looks good, and then there was this Bones game where you can actually like move your entire hand. That looked pretty cool. What I should do for the special stages is just make it give you 50 rings. People have been asking me for a command to push you into super form, but I think that would just be kind of overkill.
Well, maybe what you could do, is have it in there, but by default it's disabled. So somebody who wants to use it has to explicitly enable it.
Yeah, maybe. It's just when people do go super, when they use like a full save and they go super anyway, it's kind of hard to, you know, kill them or do anything that would actually affect them. So I think that for me, it just killed the fun level. Okay, I think people are just spamming messages now. I'm gonna turn that off.
I did, it was good.
Yeah, the thing is, pushing out of super form is harder than pushing into super form. Play Sonic Mania War. He did play Sonic Mania War. Oh no, he hasn't yet.
No, I did.
Oh yeah, I can't even remember. I've been up for 2. I like how 75% of the chat is just Rem, says Chilius VGM. Yeah, and there's only 36 of you, so where's everybody else? So what's your take on this whole COPPA situation?
It bothers me, and at the moment I feel like I'm going to have to stop using my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think I may have to do that coming January 1st because it's too much of a risk for me to continue with this.
Yeah, that fine isn't anything to play around with. And YouTube's
Well, yeah.
YouTube's already going to start enforcing the rules themselves on the 10th of this month. So at that point, I think I'm already gonna have my stuff taken down. Because like if they're gonna be enforcing it the way that it sounds like, then leaving it up past the 10th could like just as well get my account banned anyway.
I mean, it should be fine, especially because your content is mostly you talking and not just straight up gameplay. But even the stuff that they detected from my account isn't child friendly, as long as, at least for what their algorithm said. So what I'm just gonna do is just mark it all as child friendly, the whole channel, and just wait and see.
That's an option. It like gets rid of all interaction, all exposure, and any chance of monetization. But
Yeah, it will, and I'm gonna suffer for a few months. But I mean, suffering for a few months until they hopefully come to their senses in a couple of months is better than a $42,000 fine.
yeah, I think that there's open comments for COPPA until the 9th, which is like the day right before YouTube starts putting its new terms into effect.
Yeah, and then YouTube's being kind of dumb about it too, because obviously, right, if you're going to do this on your own website, you would have them log in to see adult content, right?
Yeah,
Otherwise, you would just show everybody kid content and you would treat them like kids, but that's not what they're doing.
well, a suggestion I heard was just like make it so that you have to log in at all. So if you have an account, then either you are above 13 or your parents have consented or you lied, and if they find ones without explicit parent consent, they can just ban the account, and then nobody's able to see anything without an account.
Exactly, but they want to keep taking user data for no reason. Like, once you sign in, yeah, take all the data you want because you know they're over 13. But other than that, if somebody's not logged in, you shouldn't be taking all that data.
Yeah.
And maybe, yeah, having access to the kid-only part of YouTube would be fine if you're not logged in, but still. I mean, I don't think anybody would complain having to log in to see, you know, some Call Me Johnny or somebody else like that, you know what I mean? Because you're already logged in anyway if you're watching these content creators.
Yeah, I just never log out, so I wouldn't have a problem. Anyway, like, a few people might complain about having to take the extra step to register an account, but like, it's simple. You do it once, and then you have access. You know, that's an interesting question about how the COPPA YouTube thing's going to affect the Sonic Mania Adventures series.
Well, I mean, Sega's a big company. I don't know if they're making that much ad money from it specifically.
Yeah, but
because it's always
part
been
of
a
it,
tool for promotion for them for whatever product they're doing.
yeah, but part of having that is the social media aspect of YouTube, about being able to search, find, and be recommended videos. So having something like Sonic Mania Adventures gives them more exposure on YouTube, like what we have now. But with the way YouTube's going to go, it's not going to get them any additional exposure. Only the people who already know about their other social media will see it. Because otherwise there won't be any way to find it.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see what big companies like that do, but I doubt people like Hasbro are really worried about people not being able to find My Little Pony clips or something.
There could be a deal that YouTube strikes with some companies like that too, because they do like working with and more often favoring big corporations and stuff. So I guess it's not impossible that they would set up a system where people like that would still be able to have more exposure on YouTube than just a normal user who has to mark their stuff for kids.
Yep, so just set your channel to kid friendly, have a pint and wait for this all to blow over. And well, let's hope it does. If not, then I don't know. I guess that's it. In the Rams Discord, Shrek Forever After says they've been talking about COPPA for like 5 minutes, and then he spammed a bunch of stuff. Well, then give us a better topic.
Whoops.
And geek out in about a minute when that actually reaches him. Ah, there he goes.
Whoa. Here we go with that music thing again.
The music just stopped playing.
Yeah.
Did you end up playing the Halloween mod I put out?
Actually, no. I haven't had a chance to play anything other than the stuff that I've been doing on the streams.
You might want to give that a shot eventually, because that's the first thing that I use for custom object states.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have a look at that then.
So that code of the demonetization symbol following you, it's basically from that.
Oh, so yeah, it was a Sonic.exe thing, huh?
Yeah, I think it turned out pretty good considering I did it overnight and then we got the sprites done and everything for like in a week. And what's nice is that we can even do custom placements in any level that we need to because it actually checks and runs through every object on startup. So if a certain type of object is placed, then we just despawn it and then replace it with our own. Green and Green says, are there chibi versions of Big's graphics for the shrink rays in this level? No, they're not. Something is interesting about this level is that, for whatever reason, the sprite scaling also scales the hitbox in this stage because of the size lasers, because I guess it needs it. So we have to disable Big, otherwise you just get stuck in the ceiling and everywhere else.
Yeah, hitbox size changing is really finicky. You gotta be careful with how you're handling that, or you'll end up in, yeah, like you said, in the walls, ceilings, floor.
Yeah, it seems to work fine if you just make a bigger sprite with a bigger hitbox, but when you scale it, that starts acting kind of funky.
I'm mostly talking about like when the size of the hitbox changes while you're playing in the middle of a level. Like, oh, for example, like when they go into a spin, their hitbox is actually about 5 pixels smaller. So there's a hard-coded bit when they spin and when they unspin to actually adjust the player position so that the hitbox doesn't end up inside the ground or floating above it.
That actually makes a lot of sense because I didn't do that, and that's why Knuckles had so many problems in Mega Mix. Because when you do the punch, the size of the hitbox is much wider, so then, yeah, it clips. But yeah, hopefully we plan to have a new Mega Mix build out in like January. Hopefully you'll take a look then and see, and hopefully the changes that we made are for the better.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it.
Because Sunny Shore's got a complete overhaul to what it was in the unreleased version of it.
Oh, okay, so it's a... Yeah, it's the new Sunny Shores now.
I do maybe need to fix the behavior on the demon because it gives you way too much speed when you get hit.
Yeah, I kind of went flying.
Because what it's supposed to do is take your current speed, divide it by 2, and then invert it. And then give you a little, you know, up boost.
Yeah, it probably needs a upper limit.
Freeding Green says, thanks for all the technical answers to all the stuff. Great work with the mod too, couldn't you get it? Well, thank you for watching, guys. I guess people keep wanting to see cool stuff, I will keep making cool stuff.
I like cool stuff.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and turn messages back on for the last zone. So it's on, be nice. Freeing Green says it's also nice that there's a reference to the OVA in the cutscene for Titanic Monarch, the light. I don't think that's specifically an OVA reference. I think in one of his character bios it actually says it hates lightning or is afraid of lightning.
There is a scene in the OVA though where he does freak out for lightning.
I guess the question is, what came first, the chicken or the egg? never know who actually came up with that concept that Tails is afraid of lightning.
Yeah. I don't think it says that in Sonic Jam, does it? In there, I know it says. I think it says he's 8 years old and his favorite candy, his favorite thing is mint, or mint candy.
It might have been that bio. But you know that he likes mint. That's never come up again.
Mm-mm.
So maybe when Vlad Pega makes a new I made you a salad mod, he can do a mint zone and Tails can get a weapon.
And if Tails is afraid of lightning, we'd be afraid of Luigi. We got a Mario and Luigi fan here.
No, I think that Tails and Luigi would probably just, you know, comfort each other.
They've associated with Tails with lightning more recently too. Like especially the way they set up Sonic Heroes.
Yeah, it is kind of weird that that's like the only thing that they keep bringing forward. But it'd be nice if, like, in the next, whatever Force's successor, they finally bring in some nice character development instead of regressing characters.
Yeah. That's actually some just some of the oldest stuff has some pretty good character development in it. Like, well, not like development, but how a character is created or something. Basically, just like the fact that Tails is afraid of lightning but loves electronics.
Well, I was more talking like in Sonic Forces where he's like, oh, Chaos, Sonic helped me.
Yeah.
Really? What happened in Sonic Adventure? You were fine without Sonic there. Like, it would have been nice to see Tails coming into his own and actually do something instead of just be a scaredy cat.
Yeah.
And then, like, immediately in Sonic Forces, he finds classic Sonic and he's like, oh, thank you, God, for bringing Sonic back to me.
I could see him still being
And
upset.
this one's even better because he doesn't say no.
I could see him being upset about Sonic being gone and happy to have him back, but yeah, there was this big deal in his part of Sonic Adventure's story about him becoming independent and not afraid to do stuff.
Well, I mean, even in Sad AM, when Ben Hurst was talking about what he wanted to do for Season 3, it was basically the same thing. You know, Tails going from being a scaredy cat to being a real freedom fighter. And while we never got to see that, it would be nice if Sega did some kind of character development in some game eventually.
It's not the commands that are lagged, the video's like a minute behind.
Yeah, the video's a minute, but the commands are only like 10 seconds off. Like 20 tops. I always thought was interesting with Sonic Forces if they could do some character development for Sonic for once. Like, he's always running off to, like, some planet or whatever, right? Lost Hex. Wherever he went in Generations, basically. In Sonic Forces, he's basically nowhere near his friends. So, like, what if he just went off in an adventure, and then when he came back, everything was just horrible? They blamed him for leaving on an adventure and leaving the planet defenseless. Like, that would probably cause some nice character development, and Sonic could actually learn and grow.
Yeah. They probably that could have been another way they could have taken Forces, really, because now that they've done that, having that sort of thing happen would be a little bit too similar, even though it does change entirely why things are that way and how people feel about it, but it's still Sonic coming back from somewhere to a completely messed up world.
Yeah, because in my, I guess, headcanon of it, I thought, well, what if Tails, like, got hurt? Like, what if he lost a tail in the war that happened because Sonic wasn't there?
Oh.
And then blamed Sonic because he wasn't there with him. Like, damn, that's some heavy shit that can actually provoke some character development, couldn't it?
Yeah.
And plus he has two tails anyway, so... Yeah, he's not a special fox anymore, he's just a normal fox. And plus, you know, Dictator Knuckles could be kind of cool.
I want to know more about why Knuckles is comfortable with leaving Angel Island so frequently now.
Well, probably because it doesn't exist. There's no Master Emerald, it's too limiting that he's on the island. He just exists now, like Silver and Blaze. Yeah, because sadly, I doubt they're gonna do a Sonic spin-off game again after Shadow the Hedgehog.
I wouldn't mind an updated Tails adventure.
Yeah, that could work, I think. But then again, you know, I'm still waiting for, like, what I really want is a 2D Altered Beast, like, update.
Like,
you take Altered Beast and you remake it in the Retro engine, and you update the graphics, you update everything, so it's like Mania style, right? It has a bigger color palette, all of them. And then you just do more than the 4 levels that they had in the original arcade game.
I think it'd be a fun one. I played a lot of the arcade game long time ago. Like I used to during the summer I used to stay in this thing they had called Boys Club, and every Friday they would take us to a skating rink that was nearby, and over there they had several arcade machines. One of them was Altered Beast. They also had Shinobi.
Yeah, I think that they just got burned on so many bad Altered Beast reinterpretations that it just scorned them for life.
I haven't even tried that new 3D one.
Well, Altered Beast and Golden Axe are both the same way. They keep trying to revive them, or they tried a couple of times and then it just didn't work. But yeah, I think Golden Axe is pretty much in the same place that Altered Beast is right now. But we'll see, maybe the Streets of Rage, this new one, will rekindle that.
Ah.
Because, you know, if Streets of Rage works, there's no reason they couldn't say, hey, you have a nice beat-em-up engine. How about you do Altered Beast? Or you do Golden Axe? An idiot named Pen is saying, while we're at it, why not remake Dynamite Headache in the retro? Nobody cares.
I've had a few people recently mention bringing back Rystar.
I played a bit of Rystar, but it didn't capture me as well as Sonic did, I guess. But it's a completely different kind of game than Sonic is. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why he never came back, because I think that he was an attempt to potentially reinvent their mascot again, the same way they did when they went from Alex Kidd to Sonic. But it didn't really take.
So one thing I'm confused about is that they did a Toe Jam and Earl kind of remake thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Sega own the rights to that, or was that always some other company?
I think that might be a situation where the rights to the characters belong to the person that created them.
Because like I thought that was weird when they like announced it that, oh, why isn't Sega doing this? But it had nothing to do with them. But even though it's one of their flagship titles, basically. Flagship franchises.
Yeah, I felt the same way when I first saw it. Like, I thought that Sega actually did own Toe Jam and Earl.
Well, considering it's been on like every like retro console, right? That they. I bet you they're paying somebody for the run.
Yeah, unless they actually own the rights to that game specifically. 'Cause that's possible too.
Chilius, chill out. Yeah, just stop doing those messages. I mean, the game is almost over. I don't want to turn them off. Well, at least we have like 3 months until the Sonic movie.
Oops.
Wait, the messages haven't been working in the past 10 minutes?
No, they haven't.
I think then, have any other effects been working? I don't think so, right? Like, you're not getting slapped right now.
No, I'm not. Did it?
You may have reached your limit on your API key.
Huh. I didn't realize it had one.
Yeah, it's like, I want to say 10,000 calls per day.
That was,
That's why
bad
it
on my
waits
side.
10 seconds per call, so... It was more than that, but I was just burning through API keys like nothing.
So how does that work? Do you just like delete the old one and start a new one, and you get?
Or you can add multiple keys, so... Like, I think I have 2 on my account, and I kind of switch between them if one gets overdone. But you can certainly delete them and make a new one, or just wait.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't even see anything about a limitation.
Yeah, and I don't think it complains about it either. It just stops, you know, responding. So yeah, hopefully we get some new Sonic game announcement this year at South by Southwest.
That is where they've been talking about it lately, isn't it? Yeah, I actually don't even know where E3 is going to be this year. Because I think last year was the last time it was guaranteed to be in Los Angeles.
That's gonna be weird.
Yeah.
Although they could pretty much have it anywhere. I don't think it matters much at this point.
Yeah, I think they were just getting upset with the LA Convention Center as a venue.
Yeah, and Microsoft isn't even there. It's like across the street. And with more companies doing their own like Nintendo Direct kind of things, I don't foresee it lasting much longer.
Yeah, I think it was last year where several people just said they weren't even going.
Yeah, it's probably easier just for companies to do like South by Southwest and other conventions and stuff, and just set up to get people to play their game. Like too many games and whatnot.
I wonder if any more of them will be coming back if they do change venues, though, because that was kind of crappy the way it's like 2 entirely separate buildings with that much of a walk between them, and they also don't take care of the environmental controls. The last time I went, the air conditioner did not work at all.
Oh wow, I'm sure that was horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, a night later we reached the limit. At least they don't charge for like API usage. That'd be horrible.
Yeah.
Because I managed to burn through a key when I was starting to code it in like 5 minutes. Just because it was hitting every frame or every cycle, and it was just burning through. At least that's not an issue on things like Discord and IRC.
I haven't used IRC in a long time either.
Well, I mean, the Twitch backend for their chat is IRC.
Oh.
So if you want to like pull chat commands or write a bot, then you're basically just writing an IRC bot.
Ah.
Some idiot named Penn says the new Animal Crossing and new Doom release on the same day. I'm convinced that it's a secret crossover. Like, I think that they know that they're going for different audiences, so, you know, why not? And we're done.
Yep.
You beat Sonic Mania versus chat and survived.
I didn't even notice how many lives I had until I was like halfway done with, I think, Metallic Madness had like 94 lives or something. I didn't even see how many I ended with.
You did a max lives command, so you only wasted like 5.
Oh.
And you got the secret Knuckles ending without trying.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that brings day 2 of this, or day 1 of the Sonic Hacking Contest to a close, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that my stream's the last one of the day officially.
Alright, well, Stealth, it's been great talking to you. Thanks for playing Sonic Mania versus chat.
It was fun. Thanks for hanging out with me, and thanks to everybody.
Anytime.
Thanks to everybody else for coming by to watch. I hope y'all had fun. And
so, my name is Codename Gamma. You can find me at Codename Gamma on YouTube and at Codename Gamma on Twitter. You want to do your shout-out, Stealth?
Yeah, you guys know me. I'm Stealth, and you can find me on Twitter at HC Stealth, and you can check out my website, www.headcanon.com, and that's about it, I think.
So have a nice night, guys.
Yep, I'll see you all on Saturday, where I'll play some more hacking contest stuff. Have a good night.